Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hello. Uh, Jumping right in, today we're going to be working on a brand new trap skin. Not for the event people were predicting. People were predicting Great Winter Hunt. Today I'll be working on a Lunar New Year trap skin. And just to get the cogs turning, because I'm actually coming into this with like no kind of like, okay, here's where I'm taking it, this is what I'm doing. Um, it is Year of the Horse, and it is the Fire Horse. So uh, basically, I already know what trap I'm gonna trap skin on. The legendary King bot, obviously, because I mean it's already got a horse in it. But it's gonna be up to you, the live chat, to feed me wonderful ideas that will totally be doable and wonderful to draw, and it's going to be an amazing art day. We'll see how it goes. Hi, how's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, I'm going to switch cameras. We're going to go straight to my drawing tablet. And, oh, my computer has my monitor calibrated incorrectly. I do not need my stylus going to the wrong monitor. Okay, we fixed that. All right, so as many of you are quite familiar with, we have our legendary Kingbot. What a glorious trap, one of my faves. And also, I normally love a really good challenge during Feedback Fridays where it's like, I don't know how I'll do that. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to try it in a weird way that's going to make it even more challenging. Why not? I will admit, drawing horses, not easy. I find it very challenging. So we'll see how today goes. I don't know if it's gonna be like. I mean, it kind of looks like a horse, but the anatomy is just bad. So I will definitely have to kind of find good resources for reference when I kind of like, I'm like, okay, this is kind of the pose we want. But I mean, obviously, let's just kind of like get to that point first. So there is two major themes, horse and fire. We don't have to kind of like absolutely use like the fire element, but I'm sure we can if we want. So give me some ideas and let's just start scribbling. Fireworks at some point? Absolutely. I mean, I do think that fireworks is always pretty fun. So I will just kind of put that in the backdrop as a reminder. Not that it is like, okay, because someone mentioned it, it must have it, but, I like fireworks. A Mulan-inspired skin. Okay. Any specifics for that idea that you can kind of like suggest? Horse with firish eyes. Actually, I'm gonna drop the kind of barrier there. And now, okay, we have it is like a droid. So, are we imagining it has like flames coming out of each of these kind of like droid eyes? Because that's kind of dope. I mean, there is also always like a flaming mane. I don't know if we want to go like Ghost Rider kind of levels with it. Let's see. If I were to just kind of paint over this really loosely to hide it. Let's see. Here I'm like, yeah, not coming into this with any ideas at all. Maybe I had a thought on that. It's very like, you know, horse from hell kind of flavor. I don't know if that's kind of the vibe I want it to have. Right? And I think I'd probably, balance things lighting wise, but like I don't want it to feel like all Halloween spooky. But a flaming mane is kind of cool. Alright, so. Chinese warrior inspired by the Mulan mythos. Give it some armor, sword, lots of Chinese symbolism. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I don't want it to feel like, oh yay, a horse from hell. Like, cool looking, certainly, but like not the right event for that. Like that'd be great Halloween. Um, like I think there'd be ways to use fire where it's not like demonic or something like that. So yeah, that's not the vibe. Fireworks, absolutely. Um, so okay, let's see. Mulan. There's so many armor styles that I don't know enough about that I don't know if I would be kind of like, oh, that's from whatever dynasty and they weren't great or whatever. Like I don't know enough history and stuff around that to kind of like know what imagery would mean is kind of my concern about going into that space. But I mean, incredible potential for like really cool armor sets and all kinds of like that kind of stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm just like I'm not knowledgeable enough to feel like I would know what the imagery is saying. I'd be a little worried. Yeah. Um, can we replace the horse, or is that too far? I would love a dragon or something. I mean, I think totally if it weren't the year of the horse. I think because it's the year of the horse, it's like you should probably have a horse. That's my thinking on it, I guess. That's why I chose this trap specifically, um, because it is year of the horse is the idea. Um, Now we can replace the horse and like put the horse like so one we were just really loosely spitballing during one of our meetings about kind of like, oh, I'll do Feedback Friday and work on this trap skin. So a couple people were just like throwing really silly ideas about it. Um, One of those was like the fire main, because it's you're the fire horse. So yeah, shared like literally a picture from like a Ghost Rider cowboy comic or something like that. And one of the suggestions was flipping it so that the horse was like riding on the Kingbot's shoulders or something ridiculous like that, which I thought was pretty cute, but I don't know. Yeah. Also, for anyone who's like tuning in or watching this video on demand, just so you know, like streams can go for quite a long time. I tend to stream up until at least 1 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock when I started. But then I'll often take an hour-long lunch and come back and keep working. Depending on how the art goes today, it might be a long stream where I try to keep working on it. I assume, because this is kind of more of a complex image, we might only get some concepts developed. Uh, we'll see how far we get, honestly. Like, maybe I'll start sketching some ideas and it's going to be like, whoa, this is amazing. And like, it's coming together, clicking together, rather. Um, or, it'll be like, maybe not that. Let's try other ideas and just keep kind of scribbling ideas until something is calling to me. And I'm going to guess that we're going to have a lot of kind of like exploration, sketches, just trying things before we kind of like settle on the design and push forward from there. So we'll see though. We'll see what happens. Okay. Um, so Kingbot looking like a Christmas tree skin. We are working on the Lunar New Year event, not the Great Winter Hunt. Uh, I'll keep that idea in mind though for Great Winter Hunt. Um, can you imagine a horse walking in fire but with snowflakes? I mean, that does sound super cool. Uh, hmm. I don't know. Like, is there something with fireworks? I guess gilded and rainbow, for example, with a or a reward upgrade. Don't think that the rewards for the treasure maps are good enough, Para. Okay. Um, I'm unfortunately not the balance guy. If you bring that up to Dave, probably next week could be a good discussion to have because it is something that we don't often kind of like go back to kind of like set reward structures and kind of like retune those. As well, if you're kind of experiencing this because of the Mega Map Party, uh, we also are like there's greater value to maps because you get them done faster, like twice as fast potentially. Um, so that's kind of a nice thing. But yeah, I hear you on that. That's maybe something we should kind of like audit some of the treasures that you get. But yeah, it can depend on how your playstyle works to get like better value or worse. I know that when we've kind of like created different treasure maps, there being kind of like various challenges at the times of kind of like we only have so many kind of like good reward kind of like items that we feel comfortable with kind of putting in where people can farm it infinitely. Now a lot of these maps do require a lot of work, so it's worth giving pretty great rewards, especially if they're dusted, that kind of stuff. So I don't think we ever get it like correct. I think there's always kind of like the potential to kind of like tune it a little better. Once it's out there, you kind of have more understanding of what its uses are, how it balances, and there's a lot to factor in. Is the most challenging part because like for the way certain people play, it's like it's hard to get good value, but then other players have like really figured out certain strategies where they can almost like take it too far and kind of abuse things if we kind of like overbalance it just a little too much and then it can kind of unbalance many things. So it's tricky. We tend to kind of err on the side of avoiding things kind of like becoming broken, and hopefully there's enough value that it's worth trying. But yeah, I mean, certainly bring it up with Dave next week. It seems like it could be something that could be an interesting discussion point, especially since he'll probably be like, taking feedback from the Mega Map Party. Um, it's a shorter run event for sure. So there's kind of only so much you know that you can get out of it. So we want you to kind of like really enjoy it, get what you can. But yeah, so yeah, sorry, I don't have the capacity to necessarily go and like change anything like that. But either way, I think it'd be team discussions once the point is kind of like brought up and validated. Red envelope base. Ooh, I like that idea. Yeah, might jot that down. Um, okay, so yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Droid with black hair on a bun. Ooh, a chariot of horses behind the Kingbot racing. That's interesting. Mooncake bunny. That'd be pretty cute. All right. Oh, Kingbot holding a Lunar New Year lantern instead of a sword, dressed like a samurai. Fire out of the hooves, so like the horse floats, kind of like Iron Man. Yellow and red colors again. Yeah, I mean, actually, that's kind of a neat idea. If it's like, I again, we'll see if it feels off, kind of brand. I don't know why, but yeah, like anything like that does kind of feel like it's like I don't know if that feels very Lunar New Year, but okay, lantern. There's definitely something with the lantern, 100%, right? Um, I mean, that's fire right there. So perfect. Uh, and yeah, actually, I like that. All right, but let's do this like Iron Man kind of hoof rockets. Um, Now, I feel like I would want it kind of hovering if we're doing something like that. I don't know. It's I don't think this is the route, but I like exploring ideas that are just kind of like that's fun. So let's just see what this looks like real quick. Little kind of jets out of the hooves. Like I almost want. Okay, so there's like, could we make the horse made of fireworks or something like that? I don't know. Like, is that something? Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, having like Chinese armor on the horse could look really cool. I mean, maybe there's okay, like let's say okay, I think hmm, let's just throw some armor plates on the horse and see what that could look like. Because I'm kind of picturing the idea of like, what if there's like this internal glow between these armor plates? But again, like, I don't know, it feels too like infernal engine kind of vibes going on, maybe. Um, I don't know. There's like it would be cool imagery, but again, I'm just feeling like it's maybe too crazy war horse of doom. Um, but like the imagery would be dope. All right, so I'm gonna come back to the other ideas. I just wanted to quickly toss this out. Yeah. Two hell beast again. I think doing something like that. I just wanted to discard that honestly. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a challenging day. I think just because there is like potential, but it's I don't know. It's tricky to find the right one. Okay, lantern I like though. We also actually have Year of the Horse lantern already. So let me see if I can just import that. All right. Good old monitors shuffling around. I had some tech issues where monitor just completely stopped working. I had to like do quite a bit of tech battling. So now all my monitors are like mixed up in what goes where. So hopefully there wasn't anything there. Right. Let's see. Events, Lunar New Year, lanterns, and so the angle is going to be off for this, but this is at least kind of maybe a nice placeholder to kind of get this idea in here. I don't know, it could be okay at that angle if it's like swinging it around. Red and gold on armor instead. Okay, yeah. Red is luck, gold is prosperity. I like that. That's very smart actually. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's the fire like coming from inside of things that makes it too infernal feeling, and it doesn't fit the vibe at all. But like red and gold, totally accurate on kind of the yeah, luck and prosperity are definitely kind of like the messages to provide. Um, maybe lantern as a motif in the background with swirly smoke and fireworks. Yeah, could be. I like the king kind of bearing the lantern um, a lot. Let's see. Yeah, so right now we're just, again, really roughly kind of sketching these things in here. But yeah, like carrying around lanterns, having gold and red. I think we could do like a nighttime scene too. So I can actually go into the actual trap image itself and start to do things there. So if I go inside the legendary Kingbot folder, maybe I can find the actual background. Here we go. And if I kind of like turn this into a night scene with like fireworks and holding this lovely lantern and maybe put more focus on the horse and like make it out of gold and red fabrics or something, that could be really quite something. Background. There we go. Okay, so if I try something like this and set it to multiply, set this to normal folder, and then I drop that. Okay, maybe darken. Multiply, color burn. Ugh. It's kind of Fomina clouds in the background there. Darken color versus multiply. Okay, I like darken color actually. Get more like purples in the shadows. Oops, what did I do? There we go. Okay. So that I can turn off. I can actually just find the sword layer. Sword arm. So many layers. My goodness. Okay, there we go. There's the arm. Got a lot of glow. Get rid of the glow. Okay, and let's find... Get rid of that glow. We don't want any of these, like, god finger light beams. Okay, so if I do this, set you to normal, put that above, do that, multiply, drop it down. Let's try again, darker color. Multiply for this one. Better contrast. Okay. Yeah. No, I totally think that's where it's at. Yeah, being Year of the Fire Horse, we can do red satin with gold trim in a fire motif. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, the trim. That's a great way to add the fire element without it being like, you know, crazy, scary monster looking thing. We want it to be like a celebration. Like that's it's a festival. It's very happy and wishing well, and all about kind of like that kind of vibe as opposed to like destroy the enemy and war and battle and flaming horses from the layers of hell, whatnot. So yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah, Mulan Warrior theme with lanterns and swirling fireworks sounds epic. Sword could be made of Chinese swirly fire, perhaps. I think we can get elements of that in here for sure. Again, I don't know if I want to go like warrior. Like I want it to be more of a festival kind of feeling. Like the king bot is riding in some kind of like parade, kind of with fireworks and all that, and like yeah, maybe he'll have kind of like some cool like adorning armor or something like that could be nice. But I think I want the vibe to be less like epic battle, more festival uh, of excitement. Yeah. How much effort would it be to add some Chinese characters to it? Maybe a horse character engraved on the horse's armor somewhere. I've done that for the jade bases. I did one for each of the zodiac animals. So as long as it's kind of like just one character, and I have community members that can be like, "Hey, you did it wrong," or "Correct, you are it works. You didn't screw it up monumentally." Then it's like, okay, um, I will add that as a later detail if we kind of find the right space to put it in. But yeah, I think it's easier to kind of like not, you know, force myself into that territory. Although, like, I've done it before, so I know I have the symbol that has been community approved. But yeah, as I do not, uh, I have no um, at all fluency in uh, any kind of Chinese language. It's not something that I'm, you know, chomping at the bit to be like, I'm gonna put these, words in here that I literally cannot read at all. So uh, I don't want to kind of, step in it. I don't know enough. Okay. Ooh, maybe the Kingbot is using a giant stick with fire to light up fireworks. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Could be interesting. There's a droid in front of the horse as it stands to avoid it. That could be. Actually, I was thinking, like, do we maybe change up the rocks in front here? Kind of make some space for something else. I think that's probably not a bad idea. See what else we can kind of put there. So let's hide that for now. Okay. So not doing any of the like flaming horse things, right? Uh, get rid of all these. Lantern has something for sure. Nope, not that either. Okay, so what's the next thing? I like the idea of the red kind of satin with the gold trim. Excellent stuff there. Is there maybe a horse kind of garment? All right. Let's see. Like, I know there's like cloaks and I don't know what they're called, but like barding, maybe, is the right word? Horse barding. Uh-huh, okay. Maybe something there. So, like, imagining, um, yeah, the golds and the reds. Definitely potential. Okay. There's just so many varieties and like cultures that just like ancient Chinese armor. Okay. I want it to be more like ceremonial kind of looking, I think. If we even go some kind of armor route, right? But like, yeah, I think some kind of horse barding would be nice. Um, the lantern looks like the King Bot crown. Lantern on his head. Is that what we're going for? Yeah. Horse partying under a disco ball with fireworks. Easy peasy. Give it some like party glasses. Ah, it's okay, Max Ross. I don't need to see the AI generated stuff. Lion dance. Ooh. Hmm. Um. Okay, so I think maybe let's just play around with some of the horse barding. Maybe I can tone down the night sky a little bit more because I don't need it to impact it that much just yet. Okay, so if I go for, let's see, can do kind of like, actually let's do a little barrier so I can kind of tell what's going on a little easier. Um, okay, so something draping is always really nice for kind of like, you know, really cool ceremonial celebration kind of fabrics like that. Um, there's a lot of like ornate quality to it, but it also kind of like suggests it's not necessarily the most practical kind of thing, because it's, you know, the fit isn't like efficient necessarily, and that kind of like gives it a little more. This is for kind of like fun and showing like that kind of idea. There's also a lot of the time like, yeah, the banding there. Oop. I go behind this hoof. We can change the pose and change the look of the horse as well. That's always an option. Uh, if we don't have to, saves a lot of effort. At least there is that. Okay, so I want to get like gold trim to kind of like, actually let's do that as a separate layer. Just save myself some of the pain of having to recreate this again. It's like if there is just, yeah, gold trim on kind of like all these parts, that could be kind of nice. We'll see. All right. I could have like that kind of more like samurai look to it, right? The plated kind of nape part. I don't know words for these stuffs. Me artist, not good at do wording. I'm actually planning on playing in a D&D game this weekend where playing a character, and I actually, so I always roll for my stats in games, and uh, typically like standard rules are you roll 4d6 dice and remove the lowest one, and whatever that number is, that's kind of like a base value for one of your stats. And I magnificently rolled 4 1s. So I actually have a stat that is legitimately 3. That is the actual lowest you could ever possibly have a stat. And so playing a character who has no intelligence at all, basically the intelligence of a large mastiff. So I gotta practice my dumb speak. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like I've made a lot of characters over the years. I think I've spent more time making characters than actually playing as these characters, just because it's fun. Um, but I don't think I've ever managed to actually roll a 3 on a stat before, so that was kind of neat. Anyways, okay. So I think if this is more like a kind of it kind of flares out like a skirt back here. That could be kind of maybe okay looking. So this would be the underside of that panel. And this one kind of goes around behind back here. So then again, if we use this trim idea, have the trim at the bottom nice and heavy. And I don't know. Is this cliche looking, or I don't know. Like I don't know if it looks bad. Yeah, Fire Emblem on the skirts would be really neat if I can make that look right. Fire Nation horse from Avatar. Yeah, little firecrackers on the ground in front. The horse kind of rears up. True, yeah. If we do this kind of straight trim, there could be like cool like flame motif and stuff, which I think is actually where I want to take that. I think I like that like flame representation. Have more kind of spirals for the fire. Something like that could be really nice. Ooh. Horse standing could be performing a horse dance in front of a basket of mandarin oranges Oranges with red packets. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Jade horse. Town I used to live in, we had a statue of a giant horse. Because of the weather, it became green in color. Interesting, interesting. It has been a while since I've done jade stuff. I do enjoy it. Was the year of the horse? I'm trying to think of what the first jade base was that I made. I don't think maybe it wasn't the year of the horse. Um, don't know. Yeah, fire in the satin I think is fire, right? Uh, so yeah, this is definitely the vibe is like whatever kind of emblem, fire emblem. Okay. Yeah. Year 2026 is the year of the fire horse. Precisely. Okay, so I feel like I don't hate this, right? Let's see if I can. We'll put this in its own folder. Barding. Okay, and then I'm gonna put a clipping mask on it so I can put the king bot sitting on top of that. We can also dress up the king bot. Let's turn that off, and I guess the foot would come out in front here as well. So we'd like adjust the shadows and highlights and all that, of course. But that's something there. Yeah, fireworks in the background, 100%. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that. Trojan horse filled with fireworks. Just looking at so many different like horses and cool outfits right now. Too many. I definitely like layers of bits. Like the armors and stuff that people have come up with for horses are like crazy. Yeah, I think I like the kind of more robe style as opposed to like plated armor, right? How does the mane work with this? Also, this shape is making me think of the Mythweaver. The like quill look to it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. King robe can match that too. Satin with fire prints. Yeah. I think that'd be nice. Uh, Again, like I like the idea of it looking more ceremonial. So if they're like wearing this outfit together, that's pretty dope sounding. Um, yeah, let's explore that space. I think there's something to that. It's always really hard to know for a stream like this, like what, where are we gonna go with this? I have no idea. Um, I'm always pleasantly surprised by the end of a stream. Uh, Always end up with some like really unique suggestions I never would think of, and they tend to turn out really well. Okay, so yeah, the king wearing like a really ceremonial looking outfit to kind of go with his steed. Okay. There could end up being so much detail in this that I'm like, oh, I gotta be careful. Um, okay, so Kingbot, can I go into your layers and make my life easier by like, okay, I'm gonna lock that layer so I don't select it. Okay, I can hide that. Good. What else we got? Let's actually see about just hiding the robe itself. I mean, it's an excellent robe, but I think if we just don't have it to begin with, we save ourselves a bit of extra time having to kind of like solve some of these things. Okay. So I can keep that. All right. Don't even know what that is. Some kind of barding thing? Okay. So let's see. I kind of like the idea of if I make a new folder here, grab this color, and we go with a darker color so it's easier to see compared to the horse. How does this robe work, or outfit, or what? Perhaps if there's like, would shoulders look interesting? Some kind of like sigil there. Yeah, I don't want it to match too closely. I agree, right? Um, Need the horse silhouette to stand out from the king's. So trying to decide kind of like How could those look? I think if we go like quite a bit darker and then have like red, like gold and red threading on it could look nice. So like, something maybe more like that. Have some gold too. Jade and gold for the king bot. Ooh, that could be interesting. Tang suit. Okay. Yeah, maybe the like a Tang style would be better. More traditional, I guess. Again, I do not know. I am not knowledgeable in this. So, let's see. Okay. So kind of like with the collar, seam down the middle with the frog buttons. It's kind of the idea. Let's get rid of the shoulder pads. It's kind of an awkward pose, and he's kind of broader, so I don't know how well it'll work, but let's just see. Okay, could do gold. Now I will say the overlay that I have going on is messing with colors and stuff, right? So I have this kind of like multiply layer. I think I'm going to leave it off for now and add back shadows later when I need it more. Yeah, if the horse, like, there's going to be more like highlights and all kinds of things that will help really kind of like separate things out how they need to be visually. Right now I just need to concept out what am I going to render, and then I can solve the rendering. Yeah, unfortunately I don't know enough about Chinese culture to kind of like represent things with any kind of proper understanding, so I am hoping I'm getting, you know, guidance that is making great decisions that are nice. Okay. What is that? There's like a little glow here. That's from Kingbot layer. Okay. Maybe the Kingbot is holding a flag on a pole. I think holding the lantern's pretty nice. Again, flag on a pole, a little more warrior. I know you really want the Mulan vibe, but that's not the direction I'm taking it, sorry. Okay. Ooh. The horse picture on the lantern could light up in the chest of the king bot, so the king bot is the lantern. Interesting idea. That's kind of fun. Do we have firecrackers below the horse? I mean, if we want, we can do something like that. Certainly a possibility. Being startled by rascal kids setting off fireworks in front of them. Could be, could be. Okay, so let's grab something like that. Why is that not showing up? Oh. Accidentally locked the layer. Should we replace the crown? Yeah, I could see the crown changing. It's a very European crown, you know? What would we do with the crown? Let's add some fireworks. This is going to be a bit challenging because I'm actually like going inside of the folder structure of the trap itself to make changes, which makes it easier. It's just going to be harder to kind of like get to the layers I need when I'm adjusting them, right? Okay, so I think I'll do firecrackers here. And maybe it'll be a case of I can flatten a bunch of layers together to make it easier for my own navigation. Because this was a trap created by Liz. And she may know what all the layers are about. And I can certainly kind of like investigate them and understand them. But at the same time, it's kind of like, it's maybe more work than I needed. It's if I just kind of like combine a bunch of them, maybe that'll help. Okay, so we can do kind of the, I don't know if there's, I'm sure there is a name for this style of fireworks, but when they're kind of like in a line and they just kind of like tick, 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 the fuse kind of connects them in a chain. It's kind of a fun style of fireworks. That kind, you know. Yeah, ceremonial headdress. Yangguan. It was reserved especially for important sacrificial events. Ooh. Beginning in the Zhao dynasty. Again, it's like I don't know enough about it to understand its context very well. Like it's certainly iconic. So like it could maybe work, but I also don't know all the meaning behind it. So I'm a little kind of like, would this be in poor taste? I don't know enough. So I have to be careful about that, you know? But like, man, there's some cool like headpieces right? The horse mane and tail is firecrackers. That sounds uncomfortable for the horse. He's just spraying fireworks. Okay. Where are we at? Alright. So if I were to do more of the Tang suit, let's see. Do a layer up here. Maybe grab that color. Do the sleeves. I suppose this layer should be in the up here. Okay, and we'll try this kind of gold trim as well. Right? Does this look alright? Got like wide sleeves like that. Get really dark up in here, although there's a lantern right beside it, so maybe it would actually be lit up pretty well, but we'll just say the angle is not fortuitous for light getting in there. Alright, man, this is tricky. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's flip it and see how ridiculous things look. So the glove, obviously, we're gonna change quite a bit. The lighting itself, it would make more sense if it's like underlit, right? Because of the lantern, and use like a really warm glow from that. But we can solve that when we were kind of like doing details more so. But I definitely like the idea of it being, you know, kind of like really interesting lighting, right? I like the idea of it's like nighttime, there's fireworks going off, they're in a lot of ceremonial dress, and it's, you know, very kind of very pretty and exciting and joyous and hopeful and all that, right? But also, yeah, the fireworks in front of the horse, that's kind of fun for this pose. I do need to make sure that the cheese is going to interact well with this, so I might need to adjust the fireworks a bit, like maybe have this down off the base or something like that would make it better, right? And perhaps this here should be a little bit further over just to make sure there's enough room for the cheese. And actually it's kind of fun if it's like draping off the base here. And we can get that fuse. There. Okay. So something like that might be good. Is the king bot giving out red envelopes? He must be loaded. Oh, totally. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's kind of a fun idea. I kind of don't like how broad chested he is in this kind of angle. I mean, it works perfectly for the king bot normally, but I'm kind of like, I don't know, with these robes, I kind of want to change the silhouette just a little bit more. Bring it in. Right? Okay, so legs. Like I like the idea of like wearing these kind of big robes. and then it kind of gets in the way of the horse already wearing kind of similar things. So I'm like, I need them to like maybe contrast each other greater. Like if the Kingbot is wearing black with red trim and the horse is wearing red with gold trim, maybe that would be good. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Okay, so I'm going to try darkening that and that. Maybe more like something like that could be good, right? And then having like the really detailed embroidery kind of look to it. Like very thin and highly detailed flames kind of like dancing along the whole thing kind of look, right? I think that could look really cool. Just like every inch of it is like highly detailed embroidery. So it would have taken like hundreds of hours to hand stitch that fabric. Very impressive kind of, you know. So something like that, and if it has like that kind of like metallic look to the thread, could look really pretty too. Might need to go even thinner for the correct look. I'm just really roughly kind of like suggesting these shapes. Okay, so if that was kind of more metallic looking threads, could do things like this and then have kind of like nice little highlights play over it like that, right? Red envelopes in a pouch, basket, his giant sleeve. They're just flying out of his sleeves. The Nuamao is a fancy hat that looks pretty traditional but also ceremonial without being a crown, aka the hat Gohan wears in early Dragon Ball Z. It was worn by Chinese officials in the Qing Dynasty. Let's see. Take a look at that. Because, yeah, I do want to change the headpiece. Oh, that one. Right. I mean, I recognize that from Dragon Ball Z. True. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, if it's more just general official headwear, should be fairly innocuous. Okay. That's an interesting point. Challenging thing about doing this live is like I should do a little bit of research on this, but maybe I'll do it over lunch break. Okay. Yeah, and I'm sure there's like specific details that I don't understand yet. But okay. Let's see. Go on, DBZ. All right. Chinese Jimmy's beard for Kingbot's beard. Are we talking just general Google search of that? Firelord Kingbot. Okay. Back on track. All right. So yeah, we can tweak all kinds of things. The beard. I agree. Maybe let's do something where we're just tweaking the hat to kind of have more of the Gohan kind of hat style, but we can keep these little gems in it perhaps. So let's see, how do I want to tweak you? I'll do that. Turn those off. And if I do something like this, it's maybe a bit too thick there. Oh, that's interesting. Top of the crown is part of the hair. Nice. Okay, if I thin that out, I think that'll look a little better, actually. Actually, let's do it using a mask. So less destructive in case I go back. Okay, so we're going to do that. Do that. Layer above. Okay, and then behind that, have that, and behind that, have that. So something like that is kind of maybe sorry, just checking some messages. All right, Kingbot going Super Saiyan, just glowing hair and energy blasts coming off him. That'd be kind of fun. All right, so anyone more kind of knowledgeable about this? What do we think of the kind of outfit so far? Get the sleeve back here. Yeah, if it looks like a Chinese emperor, is that bad? I don't want to step in it, please. I'm looking to people who know more about any of this than I do and would appreciate any guidance. Golden Fire Aura. Alright. Like, I don't need him to look like an emperor. I think just feeling ceremonial and celebratory in a festival is great. So if that hat feels too uh, specific, let's change that and just kind of find something that's a little more kind of like general ceremony. Where is the chariot of horses behind? Good question. That sounds like a lot to draw. Sounds like it'd look cool, but boy, I don't draw horses well, and if I had to draw several, that's gonna make this image take so much longer. And although it could be really cool to have all that, like maybe maybe that's a bit much. I do not hate the idea of there almost being like a crowd or like other festivity things going on. Like the fireworks on its own might feel a bit random, but if there was like a milling crowd around, maybe that would kind of like make it look like, oh, there's a festival on, which is cool. Yeah. Again, like yeah, like having a procession would look really cool, but that would be a lot of kind of effort to kind of create. Um, so I'm just kind of like, probably not the smartest use of my resources, but cool sounding. Legitimately, I think it would look really dope. But yeah, chariot, not easy. Okay, I'm gonna actually raise this up. Just looking at the perspective, we're kind of, tapering in a certain direction, so I should probably have that go like so. I do like this. It does look pretty neat. Yeah. Copy and paste is my friend. Yeah, I mean, if I did do one more, like one horse, which, it's a decent amount to do, one horse, to be fair, but then copy and paste it, that could work. Not disagreeing with that. But if I don't have to draw a horse, is what I'm thinking. Instead, could just have a like blurred out crowd of people, or droids rather. Maybe. Let's actually try something like that. So if I go to, God, there's so many layers. Oh boy. Okay, background. Here we go. Let's try crowd. And if I just do something, they're pretty tall droids, I guess. Okay. I don't know if this was by accident, but this is basically a Tang suit, which is perfectly acceptable for anybody to wear. And that, thank you for sharing that. That was the goal. Tang suit was suggested because it's kind of fitting. So I'm glad to hear that from multiple people. But good. Yeah, Chinese emperor is more ornate than this. This is minor noble, city official. Great. That's yeah what I was kind of hoping to hit. Which I know it's the king bot, and but like yeah, I just don't want to. I don't know. I guess is just kind of like I just don't know enough that I'm not like maybe emperors aren't. I mean, kings aren't as well. Not into the whole big ruler thing. I don't know. Let's not go there. Politics. Um, but yeah. Okay. Oh. Instead of a sword holder, Kingbot could be wearing a pouch full of red packets sticking out. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Yeah, like I like the idea of kind of like having kind of red envelopes that are just kind of like being shared. Um, yeah. Okay, I like what's going on here. Let's do a even darker background so that I can have fireworks, because I think that's gonna like be something that actually has more of an impact. Okay, I'm gonna put this behind. No, leave that there. Okay. I don't like when I'm doing like big layer overlays on giant folders and then I'm drawing inside of those folders. It's just messy to do it that way. If I duplicate this though, bring that up onto this overlay, bring this overlay here. Okay. Get rid of pretty much all the other background bits. Don't really need that anymore. I mean, I guess I can just do that. Just make a whole new background. Okay. Hide that. Expand that. Can do a new selection for the background, in fact. Where is that folder? Did I delete the folder? I might have deleted the folder. Nope. Awesome, I deleted it. Okay, well. I can just grab the base, go to oh my god, there's so many layers. Go here. There. Let's throw out that mask and just apply a new one. Oh, I should invert it. There we go. And I'm actually going to select expand selected area by like 2 pixels. Actually just 1. Let's see how it goes with just 1. Expand selected area by 1. Okay, now if I mask, that's fine. Okay. We're going to set that to 100%. Normal. We'll choose our color manually. Now we have a background. Okay. Alright, and we can do a layer above that. We can basically use this layer to kind of inform a shadow on the base so that the lighting in the overall scene feels dimmer. And again, we're gonna adjust the lighting on the horse and the king bot and all that to kind of come from the lantern, come from fireworks, come from everywhere kind of around, just not like the sky lighting, because right now it's like in sunlight, right? And that's not the look. It'll look very out of place in the end. So let's take a look at here. So like if that's turned back on, it kind of dims it down, but the highlights are still coming from the wrong angles. So we do have to repaint a fair amount of this no matter what. Okay, so this, we can apply the same mask to that. Good. I'm going to blend bottom of the crowd. Let's do something. Let's just try like a black sky to start with. And see about fireworks on top of that. It's probably the wrong order of things in color grading, but let's try it. Okay. It's been a while since I've illustrated fireworks, but I guess one way is just hit it with, kind of define my center point here. And there's probably a lot of really useful ways to do this. There's probably like cool brushes that I could do. But I'm just painting it manually like a weirdo. Also should probably do different layers so that if I need to erase a kind of a particle, I'm not going to erase that like soft glow at the core. So one cool thing about fireworks is they are three-dimensional. And when you are kind of creating a sphere of dots, if they're all evenly spaced, you end up getting kind of like tighter grouping of it at the edges. And the closer to the middle axis, the less overlap there is. Don't know if that makes much sense, but that's what we're going to do. So the closer we get to the middle, the less number of these are kind of going to be clustered. But at the very edges, where kind of the angles are kind of overlapping, get a lot more. And also they have like a travel time, a lifetime, etc. The kind of more perpendicular the particle is to us, the kind of like longer the tail would be, because it's visually traveling more than if it's coming right at us. We're not going to see it kind of like its path as well, right? So, firework. And then we can do all kinds of, pretty glow effects and stuff to kind of make it look even more lit up and beautiful, and maybe some color variation, stuff like that. Firework. Okay, so that's one. At the ends of the actual particles, we're going to have the kind of phosphorus or whatever it is, like glowing brighter. So we can actually kind of maybe use like add glow and kind of have the ends of these brighter. And let's try like a soft glow behind. Maybe do like a warmer one, as there's like smoke and stuff. And then if we do like a little glow brush behind some of it to kind of like make it even brighter feeling, and just random parts, that could look nice. Firework. Not Chinese swirly enough. Okay. Time to look up more references. Ooh. Like pinwheel style? Hmm. Fireworks explosions looking like a mouse. Let's see, we could do like spiral styles. Fireworks. Let's do layers and layers. Okay. Spiral style, eh? Let me try looking up something. Yeah, I mean, like looking up Lunar New Year fireworks do get your kind of style show up at least. All right, but I'll try the spiral. Kind of doesn't even look real. Some of the pictures I'm looking at, I'm like, how does that even work? Never seen fireworks that look like that. Okay, but the like the actual pinwheel ones I have. So it's almost like there's a point, and then from the point, only it should be tighter than that. Of course, these are coming from and pointing at the center of it. These are not. Doing a bad job of this. I can just kind of do a double spiral thing pretty easily. Start with like that. Start over. It's just not working. Okay. A nice soft gradual curve like that. That seems better, perhaps. All I need them to do is point to the center. Why is this so hard? So like that kind of spiral? No, yeah, like that's what I'm kind of thinking is like those just are not actually spiral fireworks. There's some weird dumb kind of just like twist filter, and it's like that's not correct. That is not how that works. Right, but this is kind of like, okay, yeah, these are definitely fireworks that actually do exist, and they're pretty fun. They're like a stationary pinwheel, and they just kind of have two jets that just spray, and it causes it to spin really fast and put out a lot of fun, bright light. They look cool. Okay, so if I do like a color behind this, then it'll make it look like, oh, okay, that's the color of the firework. But it's too bright to actually like show the color directly, but it does glow in that color, so it kind of implies it. Maybe gold would actually be even better. Yeah, kind of like the purple. Could do green. I think with it being so close to the lantern, maybe we do want to figure out a color to kind of work well with it, but yeah. Yeah, let some droids hold sparklers. I think that'd be great. Yeah, in the crowd. I like that. Okay. Yeah, little sparklers in the crowd. Oop. I know there's like a really cool, very old style kind of sparkler that people still make, where it's like a rolled piece of paper with like it's a very specific kind of paper, I think, and then it has like the gun, like the I guess gunpowder, but it's a certain kind of setup like as a bulb in the end, and then like when it's lit, it kind of like liquefies a certain part of it, and then it like spits out little kind of grains that then pop, and it kind of slowly burns up the paper, and kind of like as it drips, it like shoots sparks, and they're really cool. Um, yeah, just regular kind of sparkler style might be good. I guess I can just kind of have a stick, boop, with a sparkler. Glow and they tend to have pretty long arcs that then kind of pop because of the, I don't know, I think it's like the carbon, same kind of idea when you grind high carbon steel, it flies off and the sparks actually kind of like burst. So I'm wondering if it's like a little carbon, something like that. I don't know. Sparkler. Star-shaped tips for sparklers nowadays. Yeah, I'm sure they do all kinds of fun stuff. Then we can get a bit of glow behind. I don't know, when I look at this, I almost kind of taste the sparkler air kind of. I don't know if many people have kind of played with these when they were young, but it's kind of like the smell. If you can invoke olfactory memory in an illustration, then that's probably a good sign. The hooves into sparklers? That reminds me, did I talk about the haunted house that I went to on Halloween? There was some incredible incredible costumes at this really amazing haunted house I went to. And my favorite kind of um, uh, live actor at the haunted house had these kind of like flint kind of pellets or whatever inside of his boots and gloves and kneecaps, and so like he could just kind of grind it on things and shoot sparks, and that was really cool. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Yeah, the sparkler you're talking about. Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. Yum yum. Okay. Let's see. So we can give a few people, a few of the droids sparklers. Oh, I didn't put this in a folder? I thought I did. Nope. Sparkler folder. Bum bum. Okay. So we'll find someone to enjoy sparkler fun times. We can put you into here. That way it could be like out front. Right? We can have a few different ones going off wherever we kind of need the balance of things. Goodness. Alright, gonna erase this here. Do more fireworks elsewhere. I want like a big one off screen, essentially. So, like maybe a big cold blue one that's just kind of like fizzling out at this point. And like, I don't know, maybe it's the kind of like wavy style. I don't know, does that make sense? If there's been like a really, really big, good fireworks show, there's just so much kind of like atmosphere, like the clouds of just burnt powder that loom in the air, that kind of like you get this just haze that starts to take over in the sky. And, you know, like if you see that, you know there was kind of like a lot of fireworks going off. So I think we'll add in that kind of haze. So let's do like a really big, soft blue glow here to kind of be like, yup, much haze. Which I think I'll even put a folder behind it all as the haze folder. Smoke haze. Right? And do like orange. We'll get like a bit of a green up here just to get more color variants. Yeah, just having like that smoky glow. Just suggests there's a lot of fireworks going off. Weeping Willow style firework. I guess that would be the kind of like kind of drop, kind of wiggly style. I don't know. I don't know if there's like official names for them. There probably are. But yeah, that kind of weeping willow kind of look, I think, is probably a good way to describe that. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this one just on the last little legs of it where it's kind of mostly faded out. Maybe there's still a couple of like brighter particles that are still going, but I do suppose that the way fireworks tend to work is they are just glowing until they go, they're spent and they just kind of vanish a lot of the time. I guess they can kind of like slowly fade off, but I think a lot of the time they tend to kind of like burn bright until they're out of fuel, and then that's that. But they can leave like kind of an afterglow, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. To get the green color fireworks, they use the element barium, just like the green color of the flame on the newest boiling cauldron trap skin barrel. Barium. Get it? Beryllium? I didn't know that. Mm. But with it more spread out like this too, it does kind of suggest it was like a bigger one that was older. Like it popped a while back, and it had more time to kind of like spread out. If we do a little kind of flare, lens flare, then it kind of suggests that it's bright, just because our camera or our eye stigma just kind of smears the light based off of the shape of the aperture, which is why you get these kinds of shapes, right? It actually depends on kind of like what the lens is doing. So people have like stigmatisms in their eyes where the opening is kind of like not perfectly circular, and so like you can actually get like light smearing as a band, if it's kind of overpowering compared to like everything relative to it. If it's like very bright, you don't see it that way, but if it's like nighttime and there's bright lights, you can end up getting this kind of like blur, or like if there's kind of like smudge on a lens or something in front, it kind of distorts the light in those ways. But it's a very useful visual tool, to kind of create that like shape, because it suggests that this is a very bright light in this environment, so that it's so bright it kind of causes that smear of light. Yeah. I don't get it. Beryl and barium have completely different etymological roots, don't they? I suppose they do. I have not been known for my wordplay, so. All right. Okay, so we are coming up on 1 o'clock. All right, well, time has been flying, but I'm feeling good about this, and I'd be down with continuing working on this after lunch. So in less than 5 minutes, I'm going to go on lunch break. It'll be an hour long. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. But when we do, we'll be able to really kind of like work on next steps. And I think uh, great figuring out the background and all that. But I feel like I've kind of proposed enough to kind of like keep working on the main illustration portion. And again, I really like the idea of it feeling like a festival. So I'm going to have like more kind of maybe banners and stuff in the background, like not specific details, but like you can see that there's like a fair on, like there's celebration, there's things milling, like droids milling about doing fun things. Um, so I think I can capture that without having to kind of visually explore it too much right now. But when we return, I think it would be nice to kind of start to work on the lighting of the Kingbot and the horse. Um, and I think that'll kind of like be more important to solve in terms of kind of like getting the overall look to the next step. And then we can come back and kind of like start adding fun details. It would be nice to have people around that know about Lunar New Year celebrations to kind of be like, oh, put this in here, like the kind of lanterns on a string or something would look good, or don't do that. That doesn't fit. That kind of advice is always extremely helpful for me. But yeah, I do want to really kind of like quickly work on the overall lighting scheme for the character, just because it's so significant how much that'll change things. But I could potentially, let's see, if I do go and turn this layer on, that's at least a start. I could maybe even unlock this, push it further, and add a mask onto it so that I can do something like this where I erase away where I want light to be on the character. But again, it's kind of like my least favorite way to actually render is by doing all the lighting on a layer above the whole image. It's just a nightmare to get in and refine details. And every time it comes up, I'm like, maybe I'll make it work. And I always regret it. So here he goes, just doing it anyways. Because this part's super fast, super easy, but like when I need to actually tweak anything, it sucks. So yet he's still doing it. Okay, good job, me. I just want to kind of get the idea understood for myself. I want to see it. Right? So this works. But yeah, like if I was to change the beard, right, that's going to be a pain in the butt with the way I've set up this kind of layer structure. So yeah, we'll have to deal with that properly. But this does kind of like give me an idea of like how it could end up looking as we progress, and I do like that that's looking good. Very atmospheric, very fun. Ooh, glowing horse eyes. Absolutely good point, because they are lights. Same with the Kingbot. Yeah, we can play with the lighting on those, and the droids in the background, for that matter, will have kind of some eyes glowing in the dark. Yeah, I think gloves, boots, and like pants could be adjusted as well. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, 1 o'clock. I'm gonna start my timer now, and we'll put it to 59 minutes. Yeah, I'll return a minute early. It's fine. Okay, so let me just set up this, and we'll do one of these. We're gonna save it. Oh, that's a good idea. What a novel idea, Jacob. Saving the work. Who would have thought? Huh? Who would have thunk it? Okay, so that's the angle it's actually going to be displayed at, of course. All right, I do have the time lapse going, so I'm actually just going to get that playing. Not that there's a ton to see with it. We haven't like gone too far with the image, but might as well have something playing while I'm on break. So I'll be back in 58 minutes. Until then, be you. You can do it. I know you can. Hello. Hello. We're back from lunch. I return. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, I have a Larry link. Let me place that in chat. Gotta grab it first and make sure it works. Always important to test out the link and make sure that I can claim it. You know? Alright, I will take that. And there we go. Oh, error. Okay, interesting. For some reason, maybe I'm not logged in correctly. Oh, yeah, that's why. Alright, I need to switch accounts again. That one. Dun dun. Got it. Alright, now. There we go. Okay, so link is in the chat. Go ahead and grab that. Share that around if you want. A little bit of ancient relics. With maps going on. Maybe you can use those to start your own. Okay. So where we left off, we've kind of blocked in, like a lot of general ideas. Got like this milling crowd in the background with droids celebrating. We got the scene with fireworks. Got the horsehead lantern and some fun outfits for our characters. So this is kind of like pretty good general direction. I ran it by the art team. They like it. So I think we're just going to kind of continue on with the path we're going down. I could kind of do more lighting right now to kind of like bring it closer to where I want it. But at the same time, I think that the technique I'm using isn't the best for creating that lighting pass. Like right now, this layer is like over everything, aside from the barding on the horse, which this would be the time and layer to actually like build up the shadows properly. So let me do that. Are we sure about that hat? Just asking. I'm not sure. I think that from what people shared in the chat, it's kind of like, a ceremonial one. It's kind of like higher official, but not like emperor. Like we can scrap it totally. If it doesn't feel like it fits well, please let me know. I'm not kind of like knowledgeable about enough kind of cultural significance to kind of like really know. So if there's anything about it that's like, let's change it, Plate of some delicious dumpling cheese. Instead of the rains. Could also have some red envelopes as well somewhere. Lots of different kind of fun props to kind of share ideas. Sorry. Okay. So, what's a good next step? I kind of wonder if I should have the sky have more of a glow than the droids. Right now the droids are this kind of like deep purple with a pure black sky. I think if I kind of invert those, that could be worth trying. So let's see about that. If I clip layer there, and we just kind of create more of a smoke haze. Let's do gentle brush. We'll get like a kind of gold color here. I think this will kind of like help me be able to add more kind of characters, lots of little droid antenna and all kinds of stuff. Kind of draws more focus to the fireworks and all that, but we can have like little kind of pieces, little details that are kind of catching some light. Um, but then again, like, I don't know, is it gonna feel right if they're in like pitch black? I guess things that are closer to the lantern, other light sources throughout, those could kind of have soft, gentle lighting on them. Um, but I don't know, this feels more fireworks look, to me. So I guess let's just kind of go this way for now. It's easy enough to change my mind, I think, about that. I can just kind of change the color back. Yeah, maybe something like where I think the sky being a little lighter is okay. Let's do that. Oh, the hand with the lantern? I suppose that holding the reins is pretty useful. Don't want to fall off, right? I think the reins themselves should be a different color. Okay, I'm going to at least save myself some difficulty of kind of like moving this layer down into some grouping. So we got the kingbot. So if I bring that down here at least, I can do not darken, normal. And then this one, there's a lot of bits of the horse here. You're not in your own folder. My goodness. It's pretty much mostly the horse here. Right? There's like kingbot arm included, but that's fine. Okay, so if I move this here instead, oop, there we go, and that needs to be normal. Huzzah. Okay, so that's a little bit more manageable. I don't need to like battle the layer quite as much by doing it this way. Still have to, but it's better. Okay, so the barding, I can just go here. So this doesn't quite look right. These firecrackers should not be on the kingbot layer. Let's put those up here where the stone was. I'll render those. Honestly, I think the scale I want to change anyways. Render those closer to the end. Okay. Oh, I see. This is still covering over the whole kingbot and horse. So let's move. This should be here. There we go. It's a little better. Interesting. The dust kind of looking stuff is in here. See if I can find that. Yeah, after lunch it kind of becomes ramble time with Jacob. So strap in, I guess. He's just going to mumble to himself a whole lot for maybe a few hours. Where is that layer? Okay, well, I can hide this and then grab a selection of that. Okay, there we go. So, sword arm. We can bring this down to the firecrackers. One day we'll get there. Too far. Oh, it's up at the top, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Wrong direction, Jacob. Do 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 do. So many layers. And so many of them are turned off. Okay, there we go. Firecrackers. There. Probably just going to erase that anyways. Alright. What is all this? Nothing. Delete. I need to clear out stuff and make this easier to deal with. Okay, so Kingbot, you have your kind of like broad shadow pass, which is thing. It's fine. Horse. You also, same deal, but it's more acceptable because I don't need to really change anything on the horse. Perspective guide. Wow, that's noisy. Background. Okay. Sparkler. This is droids. We'll put the sparkler in here. Fireworks behind them. Individual fireworks. Great. And smoke haze. Okay, we're starting to get a little more organized. Great. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of that background folder. It's gone. Okay, so thought the brighter shades on the Kingbot's Tang suit could look better in the spirit of Lunar New Year. Though, wait, what did I miss? Oh, because of the lantern, switching it for dumplings. I think I like the lantern idea. It was like an early one, and it kind of like guided this whole piece. And I think it really does kind of like create something with the scene. Although, at the same time, I just had an idea. Now, something to note is the base is always going to have kind of like a harder shadow, like a deeper shadow on this side, and it's kind of medium and most lit on the top. That's just kind of how we've rendered every base with that kind of rule, and most traps as well. Same kind of lighting angle, just so that they kind of like work together in a general way. I am overlaying with a bit of color, so it's gonna, tweak that a bit. But with the lantern here, not that it's a super bright light. There's a lot of other things that can kind of like light up the scene more than this kind of little lantern anyway, so it's not a big deal if it's like, oh, it's too dark when there's a lantern here, but it's lighting up the character. One really quick idea, just to see if it's any good, is like, what if the horse was kind of like holding the lantern in its, is kind of carrying it in its mouth or something. I don't know. Right? Might be a bad idea, but it's also kind of maybe fun. Can still have like fun lighting with it, right? And then the king could be like handing out red envelopes or a plate of dumplings or something, It's kind of fun. So this is another idea. We just kind of adjust the lighting to kind of match that a bit more, but it's not too different. We can still obviously have like more lighting coming from below anyways, just have other kind of like light sources in the crowd and stuff like that. Could be fun. Oh, other in use hands, so we'll have both. I mean, yeah, so like I kind of think like some red envelopes in this hand, dumplings in this hand, or the lantern in this hand. I don't know. Red envelope base one. I like the idea. I don't know if we're doing a new base this year. I don't know if we are. That could be something I suggest for it. Oh, pineapple tarts? That sounds great. Me want. Definitely. Okay, I'm gonna do the barding back here on a layer behind the horse. Just because it does make it more annoying. To have to kind of like paint right up to the edge, right? Also, I want to change the silhouette of it again. So let's grab this trim as well. Get rid of that. Come back here. Grab that. And what I want to do first is I'm imagining kind of like the ellipse that the base of these kind of coattails create. And just trying to make sure that works. So I kind of like it kind of curling around a bit more. It gives us a little more ability to kind of see this embroidery on both sides. And if I do this, and another layer. Like that. And then we can, I don't know, maybe it should have like a little piece of trim going on the side too. That might look nice. I feel like that would actually make sense if it does have that little piece of edge work there. Yeah. Okay, and then so I'll make that thinner. I like the very like detailed embroidery and like having it be quite thin. But I think the lighting's gonna dim that down a lot. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Another idea is having the kingbot horse standing on a lion dance pole as if it's readying to jump to the next. That's neat. That's neat. I wonder how that would work with like a base, because like we gotta include the base that you have armed, right? Um, so how could you kind of like fit that together? I wonder. Yeah, I think I will have like droids in the background with lanterns kind of intermixed so that we get kind of different, you know, things being visible, but it's all kind of subtle. Not drawing a lot of attention. Maybe it's even kind of blurred out. Mm. Droids in dumpling costume. Man, you guys are making me hungry. I don't know. What do we think of the horse holding the lantern? I actually kind of think that's fun. And that gives the king bot a hand to kind of like do something else. Yeah, holding mandarin oranges. They could be holding all kinds of things. We can have a bunch of them. So should the kingbot be holding a plate of dumplings or holding out red envelopes? Either of those. Alright, I'm going to work on some of the shading for this look. Red envelope spilling from the Kingbot's pockets. The sword holder, the scabbard kind of thing. Does he actually have like a visible scabbard in any of the costumes? I'm not saying like wouldn't add one for the purpose of that, but I'm just trying to think of if there is any that actually show the scabbard. Okay, so then if we have our lantern light source right here, do another clipping layer here. Go with a more saturated, rich red. I think that's gonna important that it's like a nice, strong red fabric. Sorry, just reading a message real quick. All right. Yeah, the Kingbot could be like holding a giant sparkler. Same pose as his sword, but it's a sparkler. That could actually be kind of fun. All right, back to coloring in things. This very dark, lighter, and the gold trim, I would say we should just really knock that back quite a bit, especially the trim at the bottom here. Yeah, it definitely does look very Fiery Warpath, right? Especially this one here. I mean, it's practically the symbol. Flame Shard. Pretty much. Pretty much. Definitely would be a fun trap skin to take to the Fiery Warpath. Marching Flamebot. Kinda. Alright. I think the outer trim and the fire emblems, the embroidery, will probably benefit from being on separated layers and, you know, a little more care taken when creating those. So let's do a little bit better at that. It was fine kind of as placeholder to kind of like capture the idea. Might be a little too water. I like it kind of having almost a gradient of fill. So like the higher it, or the further it gets from the edge of the trim, the more spaced out the elements are from each other, kind of opening up. There we go. That kind of has a flame feel to it where there's this kind of like point that lifts up and it kind of like disappears at the base of it. It's something you could do with embroidery too. If this King Bot skin design was a MouseHunt merchandise, it could look great for display. I mean, like a figure like this would be pretty sweet. Definitely would not be opposed to seeing that. Okay, so good. I did do it on a separate layer. I was like, oh, I hope I didn't accidentally go back to the base layer when I switched without noticing. Okay, so I guess does the horse's mane kind of like remain under the barding here? I feel like maybe it does. might need to just merge a bunch of these layers. Yeah, I don't think I need them to be separated at all. Except the king's arm might be useful. Alright, fair enough. I'll just hide that, and I will grab that. There you are. Goodbye. Okay. Just trying to make these ellipses work. So they have 3 eyes on the side, 1 in the middle. So this horse has 7 eyes. You know? It's a normal amount for a horse, right? Pretty sure that's normal. I'm no horse doctor. I think I do want to make a little more space for this eye. Maybe I don't want the trim surrounding it quite as boldly. Any openings on the horse where flames can come out of, except the hooves. I think we explored the demon horse at the beginning. Kind of felt it wasn't right. So instead, the lantern is our source of fire. I mean, there was all kinds of fun ideas. We even had an Iron Man horse for a little bit. But yeah, it just didn't quite fit. Like, I really want this to have a festival theme. And anytime I tried to kind of like be like, all right, cool, this horse has fire for blood, or whatnot, it just didn't really feel right. That's kind of where we ended up with that. I do have a quick idea. Do I want the barding to kind of like tuck behind a cheek idea here? Which I'm kind of thinking I might. Something a little more like that, maybe even. But like, I kind of feel like it would be more comfortable. Well, maybe not. Like here, it's more of a hood. But I guess I feel like the cheek on a horse is like quite pronounced. No, maybe I like the draped hood like that. Yeah. I think I can keep that. I think it's fine. The mane. What do I do with the mane? Is it all tucked away? I kind of feel like it would be. Right? Like I might miss it, but it does kind of work. Will I be adding any Chinese character to the design? Example, lucky or prosperity? I could definitely like see about at the end if there is kind of like a nice spot for that. Could be pretty good. All right. Sorry about that. Just responding to some messages. Okay, so Kingbot leg, hand. Those are details that we need to kind of solve. Um, part of it is like I don't know what the outfit should do for the hip, and then also what would be fun in his hand. We could go back to the lantern there. It simplifies things, but the horse holding the lantern is kind of a fun little detail that I'm not opposed to keeping. Do I just merge the horse for the most part? And like find all the hand bits here and just kind of move those out of the horse layer because you really actually don't need to be here. And yeah, okay, so the barding, the strap here, grab these two. Oop. Oh, I wasn't holding shift, that's why. Let's scooch you down. Here. Okay, and then you and you. Also go here. Let's move all that into its own folder. This layer here, also down. And I don't need to merge, but being able to just kind of like contain it in a folder and they actually belong to that folder is good. All right. Backhand, sure. this layer or this folder is indeed just horse. Good. Oh, and boot. Fine. I'll find the boot. Boot. You can belong in the backhand. That's fine. Yeah, that's a lot of folder, or a lot of layers. Can simplify that now. Okay, great. Alright, so there's still so many like details to kind of like get to. Okay. So the pants or the dress or like what would be good for his kind of like outfit? Yeah, yeah. Carrying a packet of red envelopes. I like that. Would it be like a satchel of them, or is it more um, just kind of like a fistful of red envelopes? See, this is why I really don't like doing it this way. Having the overlay work this way. All right, let's sword arm. Copy you down here. You're a normal layer. Fine. I can merge those in, deal with it. Other sword arm. I could use that angle. Handing it out more. It's an earlier kind of like arm concept. That might work, honestly. It's kind of more handing it out, which is kind of fun. So if I do that, set that to normal. Envelope's out of its sleeve. He's a magician. Okay. Okay, I actually don't need this one here, but I do want it on... you know what? No, I don't need it. Let's get rid of that. We'll use this as a reference point, but like we changed the lighting conditions anyway, so I'm just going to shade it how I normally do instead of doing this technique, which backfires every time. Let's do it regular style. Alright, no more battling with weird overlay layers. Okay, so we can go back to this hand now. And let's throw that out. We're just going to repaint things as needed. I mean, you could have, like, envelopes fluttering out of his sleeves if we really want. Right? I mean, a glaive sounds cool, but again, I feel like that's not like the vibe for a big festival celebration. I don't know though, maybe it is. Now, oh yeah, those are super cool looking. But yeah, definitely more like, hey, I'm going into a battle. Very, very like cool weapon. They look incredible. Man, they look neat. But yeah, that's more kind of like I'm here to do battle kind of look. And I don't know, we've kind of like thought about doing that direction more like crazy armor, ceremonial weapons and armor and all that. And it look amazing, but at the same time, I kind of want it to look like it's literally a Lunar New Year festival that's on, and they're celebrating it right now. That's kind of what I want this to look like is happening. Giant fan of envelopes slapping mice down with all the coins inside of them. A giant envelope. I like the idea of multiple envelopes being kind of handed out, but yeah, like maybe bigger. I mean, it could be in the shape of the sword. I don't know. Giant sparkler, lantern on a stick. Yeah, the lantern on a stick would look neat. I know there was like wanting kind of like like a flag on a pole and stuff, but again, that feels more like bannerman in a battle as opposed to kind of you know. Then again, I mean that might be very festival, but I think lantern at least feels a little more Lunar New Year. Maybe again, I don't know. Giant sparkler though, kind of fun. But I think we're gonna try the red envelope. Um, so let's see. I'm just gonna just draw the hand in a slightly different pose. Okay, and I guess I could just do fingers on top here. Here's an interesting question. Why does the Kingbot get to have individual finger digits while like droids only get kind of like the pinchers, right? So rude. Mm. So you can point fingers as a king. Yeah. The hand is grabbing a handful of red envelopes. Hopefully not taking them from people, but like distributing them. From like a pouch of his or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of them kind of like reaching for them and catching them or something. How much money is in each? Well, I mean, how much does the when you have to fill in your your kingly duties when you return to the game. Maybe that's how much is in there. Oh yeah, actually, if it is the lucky numbers, that'd be good. True, 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 true. Should I have some up his sleeve? I don't know. If anything, maybe like a pouch of them would be good on his hip. Will there be a hit grab horsey Easter egg perchance? Actually, as an Easter egg, that might be the way to do it. Because I'm like, hit grab horsey is very old school. Most people have no idea what that is. Very good callback. So an Easter egg, yes, that's a nice way to do it. Maybe I can hide one in the crowd behind. Because I really, like, if ever there's a time to do one of those, Year of the Horse celebration is probably it. I actually had thought of doing a hit grab horsey um, trap skin for Year of the Horse. But like, it's great for people who know. But even then, it's kind of like I don't know if it's quite right. Especially if it's like this is supposed to be like an awesome epic kind of like cool trap skin. You really you're working towards getting or whatnot, right? Like it's one that you want to add to the collection. Um, and I'm just not. I wasn't confident that a hit grab horsey throwback was the right vibe for that. Is all. But like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna see about putting a little Easter egg of that in there because I like it. I like it. It'd be fun. Yeah, very old school throwback. Love it. Yeah, no, definitely not a trap skin for the horsey. Yeah, yeah, that Ellie, good times. Definitely not a very strong one. Even during event standards, I'm sure it's not. But obviously, Lunar New Year is a time to bring out your big boys and do some pretty intense farming runs. So it's even more kind of fun to have like the King bot, the top tier physical, for if you're kind of managing to do any content where you can use physical for your kind of candle runs and all that. Definitely is nice. Wielding the hit grab horsey, maybe not. Maybe not so nice. Perhaps. I do like that people know about the hit grab horsey though. Got some OG fam in here. Wonder whatever happened to that. I think I feel like it might be living in Brian's home. Someone has to know where the hit grab horsey ended up. Another question to ask Dave during Feedback Friday. Dave, we must know. What happened to our plushious mascot? I know we're not talking about sessions. Also another throwback if you know about it. Got a few in the game. Okay. Hit grab horsey ornament on the lantern or in the horse. I feel like maybe someone's got the kind of hit grab horsey, like one of the droids in the background is kind of running around with it or something. A horsey law trap would be fun. Yeah. Sounds neat. How about surrounding the base with red/white candles with the trap skin? Oh, maybe. Maybe. That could be nice. As long as people aren't like, oh, cool, that makes it drop candles or something. I don't think people would just, be like, that's what this means and get confused, but I don't think so. So it's probably not a problem. But, like, sometimes when ideas kind of, like, crop up, I try to take a moment and be like, is there any ability for this to kind of, like, communicate something I did not intend and make sure that doesn't happen? Because sometimes, like, event rewards or whatever have, like, special effects, although very rarely do trap skins provide any kind of actual mechanical element. So, shouldn't be an issue. Okay. So, I do want to do more of this, like, embroidery design here. I'm tempted to start it over and, like, scale it down to be even more detailed, but maybe I don't need to prioritize that just yet. Oh. Moving castle trap skin for the stinger? When? Yo. How have I never... That's a good idea. Darn, okay. Yeah. Next time I work on the stinger trap skin, I totally want to do a Howl's Moving Castle. That'd be so cool. Ooh. Wait, so... oh, thank you, Jedi. Literally didn't even think of that, but good point. Red envelopes is an item that drops during this event. So, wait, it doesn't give me those as I hunt with it? I mean, maybe you would be dropping them and you can correlate it to that, but yeah, that's not what we want. But yeah, again, I don't think that people are going to get confused about that. So yeah, we're fine. Surely fine. I guess technically this part, the bridle here comes down right at the lantern, so it would be probably well lit right there. But this is the underside under the shoulder, so probably not as well lit. Also, the interactions between these are kind of strange. I got me... This is like tucked into the knee here, this kind of shoulder and thigh. Do we need this to kind of like go under it here? I think yes. Right? Because this shoulder's kind of like pushing forward. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's do that. Right? Oh, yeah, totally. Like, I really want to do a Howl's Moving Castle stinger. Darn. That's an interesting one. And yeah, like, it does fit the fairy tale kind of like... We'll see about that. I like it. I wish I had that idea much earlier on. Good thinking. Okay. All right, we're at 3 o'clock. There's still a lot to do. Let me look at the red envelope item in game. Is it under special? Yes. Red pocket envelope. There's some lovely detail in it. I'm not going to be able to get all that lovely detail in it exactly, but I would like to kind of, make it feel like, yeah, okay, I know what that is. Right? So if I do kind of one of these. I suppose I could try like bringing in the asset and then just kind of manipulating it. Might get away with that. Don't know if we need all the details. Something like this would be nice. Cinderella skin for the stinger with a horse dragging a pumpkin carriage. Another horse, another fairy tale. There's certainly enough. Certainly a few. Alright, and then gonna dim down the gold here and there. There we go. Am I gonna watch the new Christmas MouseHunt movie? What? I haven't heard anything about this yet. Oh, it's gonna be so bad, isn't it? A mouse hunt for Christmas. First time hearing about this. What is this? What? Not sure if this is the same movie we're thinking of. Oh, 2025. Okay. Huh. A mouse hunt for Christmas. I guess just because it's mouse hunt in the name, I'm a little interested. Norway. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if it was like the title. I'm like, I'm not sure. Norwegian. Okay. 6.7. Great fun for granddad and grandchild. Eh. Yeah, I mean, the spiral firework can go anywhere. I think part of it is the lighting. I need to kind of solve. Turn the shading back on for the horse to help. But let's correct it for the new lantern position, right? Okay. Maybe I should have duplicated this in case I went back to the other lighting. like the lantern being held by the king. Although I think I like this better. So I'll just make it work. Okay. So let's just kind of block in how this lighting should work. Again, the lantern itself is not incredibly powerful, so I don't need it to like influence everything like crazy. It's nice to kind of give it an idea of that, but it might not look right if I push it too hard. And I could also try adjusting the actual hue, saturate, and luminosity. Why don't you want me to be able to affect you now? There we go. It's because I was on the mask, not the color of the layer. So I could play with the color itself. It's really mainly noticed on the tail, but honestly it's probably fine how it is. Okay. Ooh, wrong layer. There we go. Okay. So yeah, the Kingbot glove, it's bothering me. I don't want it lit from above. I want it more so lit from below. So let's just paint over that. Like, it's not bad that it has the lighting scheme, but like for a kind of festival lit by lanterns and stuff, I just want the light sources way closer, warmer, and not kind of like as much from directly above. It should come from like the sides, if anything, more horizontal lighting. But I do like the underlighting. Normally underlighting creates a very dramatic, intense, kind of almost evil kind of feeling. But depending on the scene, it can be quite a kind of cozy fireplace kind of lighting. And I want it to be kind of cozy and fun. I think the glove itself overall just needs to be toned down. I think it's just backlit more than right. We have this firework behind. Maybe that's kind of picking up a lot of the detail on the glove. But it's not like a bright gold metallic glove at the same time. It can be kind of this more leathery. Maybe it's a little purple. Bright enough kind of light to kind of overload. So that's kind of fun. It kind of pulls the environment into the the image a bit better by doing something like that. Okay, this, I'm going to change the shape of that. Great. Okay, and let's scale that back. So like, I think the rim lighting on this is important, especially since it's like a dark shirt on a dark sky. Having some kind of rim light to kind of like let me understand the silhouette of things really is helpful. It makes it more appropriate to kind of like just drop the actual kind of like light fill in everything. So like the face itself, we can really kind of like put that more into shadow. So let's do that. So let's do even closer to the glove look. Let's see, what would be a good way to do this? I almost want to do like the purple multiply technique. Turns him into a redhead, huh? Okay, the hat as well. We can really drop that down. Having more kind of color variance in here kind of plays with the fireworks a bit too. Maybe add a little more of the smoke effect behind the sleeve. Yeah, I think more of that, and even a bit of that kind of like creating layers to the crowd behind would be good. I think there's a lot of atmosphere yet to kind of come into play for this piece. Part of it can be helping to kind of diffuse the crowd detail, but like create nice depth in it. Because yeah, I imagine there would be a lot of haze in the air. So many people have like kind of fireworks, lanterns, torches, candles burning, lots and lots of kind of like, you know, stuff like that going off would be a good excuse to have this kind of haze to the air, and then it makes all the light kind of like glow in more of a way, which is cool. Yeah, we're gonna knock the highlight on the face down a lot. Let's Still get the glow from the eye, but otherwise he's kind of pretty in shadow. That's kind of not quite it. I think I need it to be a bit cooler feeling. Glowing teeth don't help. Yeah, everything's relative, right? Like when it comes to color and light and all that. So you need to kind of make everything kind of work in tandem for it to communicate the ideas well. Especially when it comes to lighting. We could change the beard a bit. And we could change the hair color if we really do want. Cinnamon or Yule log sawmill trap skin this Christmas. I like that idea, the Yule log sawmill. That's pretty funny. Make it like a gingerbread house with like it's milling up some logs. I think I don't know, we may have avoided kind of like doing skins for the log trap because it's kind of just like a placeholder stand-in for if people are coming there and they don't have like best in slot law, but then they can kind of, you know, hold over with that for a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I could see it working, but okay, let's do that. Drop a shadow over the glove. Again, kind of like being better lit from below, because the sky is, it's very dark sky with the occasional firework kind of lighting things up. But then we can kind of just capture a little bit of that where we need it. Let's do this. Also the strap here, what is that? The reins. The reins. The reins here, we can definitely change the color of these. Let's try a color layer. Try making them red to start. Maybe. Gold would also make sense as an option. Kind of would look like it fits. That might be okay like that. Alright, we can drop the gloves even more though. These are horse handling gloves, so they can be pretty sturdy, heavy leather. Okay, maybe something like that. Okay, I can come back and finish up the details on something like that later. I almost want it to be more of a silhouette, to be honest. Right, like I actually feel like in that kind of environment, you'd really lose a lot of detail unless there is kind of like, little lanterns catching the light and the edges. Just kind of like losing a lot of detail isn't a bad thing if you're kind of creating an atmosphere for it to tell a story in, right? And I kind of want it to be that. So, you can see that it's a glove, but it's also not like demanding attention from you. So same idea here. I do want that like cold blue from the firework to kind of like just define that edge of that arm, right? But otherwise it's just kind of lost in the detail. Cinnamon also looks like logs, so that could totally also be in the sawmill. Yeah. Sawmill already got a trap skin not long ago, you're right. Gingerbread droids when? I mean, got the Great Winter Hunt coming up, so we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Again, I think having kind of like little rim lights on things to kind of just define them in this kind of environment is really nice. Like, for the most part, a lot of the details falling away, and you just kind of get to read it by these silhouettes, right? Let's give this a save. Okay. Boots, legs. What do we do? How do I fix this? Other elements, they're coming together. I have kind of ideas on just pushing them further and further until they reach the point where it's like, that feels good. But boots and pants or dress or whatever, like, that does not look like it fits. So help me out. Do we just kind of uncuff the boot? Do we pantaloon the thigh? What kind of material? Same as the tang? Is this band here still working? Do we need to just kind of like turn it into one shirt? Do that. Not that. This go here. Yep. And then ditch that. That way this can go over here. Right? Something that resembles Bruce Lee, like the line down the pant leg, the Kill Bill leg. The shirt feels like it should be longer, more flowy towards the bottom. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of more boxy, but it does go lower. If we're looking more kind of traditional uh, outfit, which we do like. Yeah, it kind of like goes down like past the kind of pant pocket, and is kind of like a more open box. This is kind of more form fitted, so it does not quite feel right. So let's do something more like this. Also, interestingly, this is below the horse, which makes sense for this area here, but I don't like it for here, the barding. I guess I can mask it. I don't like working this way. That's not comfortable. Okay. Let's just do a layer. What's the best way to do this? I guess it could be split down the middle here. The right side could go behind the barding, left side could go in front and above. So let's actually just do that right now. Do that. Cut that off. Move this below. Okay. Copy that over onto this and that as well. What one am I missing? Oh, copied it down to the wrong part. Boom, there we go. Okay, so then I can take this half and that and that and that and move that. Okay, up above, so this is going to be shirt, front, and we're going to have to lift that way up, out, all the way above the horse. This could get a little messy, because now the sword arm needs to come out too. Top of the king bot. Yep, okay, there we go. So that, oh man, so many parts have to move. And technically all I need is this shirt to go behind and then the king bot to be above the horse. That's really all it actually needs, I think. So I have kind of like the backhand folder. If I just move shirt back into the backhand folder, and then we'll get there, and then shift the king bot himself above the horse, or at least the barding. Here's a backhand folder. What's going on? Let's see. Move this above to the top of the backhand. Does not fix that. Okay. So this. Why does it overlap that? I don't know if I needed to bring that one back. It's fine. I'll figure this out. Okay, what am I looking at? This is like abs. Yeah, it is abs. Oh, I see. Okay, it just doesn't overpaint that section. That's fine. Overpaint that. We got that. Okay. Now, all this still, I want it to go above the legs. So many layers. Oh my goodness. It's so complicated. Okay, so this is the leg stuff here. I do need that to be above the horse, obviously. All these layers don't do anything. Goodbye. This is all leg. Leg. Kaboom. Okay. You, I don't want. That's fine. Get rid of that. We can just do like, get rid of that. What's this red? Do that. Grab that. Do that. Okay. Almost there. I think I'll just do a layer above the leg that is kind of like the top of this. It's fine if it's on another layer. That's probably better. Grab that color so I can understand what I'm doing a little better. We'll do this. It's not above the horse though. That frustrates me. Okay. Birding. I gotta get above the birding. Alright. Why isn't it above the birding though? Already. Like the leg should be above the birding. Seriously. Right? Which makes no sense for it to be behind it. Oh, I passed it. Alright. Where is it? Sewed arm. Do I not have a folder for the birding? Did I accidentally move it? Huh. What? I am look confused. That's the envelopes. Honestly, should be in its own folder, so I don't lose my mind. I might be reaching the end of the stream soon. I think I'm running low on steam. Am I not above it? Am I losing my mind for? God, there's so many layers. Right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it soon. I'm starting to kind of like lose it here. I'm so confused. Okay, let me just grab it. Whoa, we're all the way up here? Okay. I guess that's why I couldn't find it. Huh. Okay. Let's drop it down to here. Kingbot. You should go above the horse, but under the kingbot. Obvs. Right? There's the head. That's the horse's head, isn't it? No, maybe not. Kingbot. It just has horse head eyes. The layers. Okay. I should have just merged. I know I hate doing that, but sometimes. Okay, what did I break? Okay, we got the saddle coming through now. That's fine. That makes sense. You are way up here, huh? I guess it makes sense where it is, though. I can just do this. Then he actually gets to ride on a comfortable saddle. Might be a good thing. Or we just get rid of it. Maybe better with. Yeah, I think better width actually. Do that. Again, I don't want him to look like he's riding around in his breeches as much as he is. Okay. This is fine as a layer on its own above. Grab that. Okay, but what do we do for the pants? Do I just kind of give it similar kind of material pants and just call it a day? Kind of works. Kind of lose the, like, what's the pose? It's a little hard to understand it right now. But if the shirt and it's nice and boxy, it kind of flows over it in the right way. That might be okay. Maybe I need to extend the embroidery to actually tell what's going on though. Okay, and I'm just going to scribble here so I can actually see where it is. It's not obviously what it's going to look like, but okay. I just feel like the hips are a bit off feeling. Like maybe the shirt should just kind of float out like more boxy, just sticking out here, and then we can clearly see, oh, that's the hips. So like if it does more like this, and then it's more like that, we just get rid of that. Extend the pants here. This might work best. All right, I think that's probably the way to go. Fix the embroidery so it doesn't look quite as bad. Not quite. Still probably bad, but not quite as bad. Do I have it kind of go completely around the material? Very even? Or do we kind of like have focal points on it? Right? There's like so many things I'm like, I kind of want to solve this before I go offline. So maybe I'll push it to the limit, see what we can solve. So I still have you here for that. Ooh, what the? I don't want to print? No. Okay. So fun thing about that there is then I can do things like, you know, changing the color of it pretty easily, create nice highlights, give it a nice metallic feel, capture this like purple just right at the edges of it, give it like a nice rich red kind of fabric fold here and there, give it some nice shadow, wrinkles, can get some nice effects out of something like that. It could also go up onto the sleeve too, right? So the trim down here, I don't think we need it going quite as bright there, but it's nice to see a separation for the pants, I guess. If anything, the trim itself, or the edge lighting here rather, could end on the bottom because we don't have a light from underneath like that. But the pants themselves could have, you know, a little edge rim light kind of situation to help us see his wonderful robot glutes, right? Important. Kingly posterior. Alright. We have been going for a while, I think might need to call it. But what do we think of that outfit? He's got adorable stumpy legs. I definitely need to finish kind of detailing the shirt. Proportions feel interesting, but he's a robot. Yes. You know what? Just because you reminded me, I'm going to do a little hit grab horsey in the background, just so I don't forget. If I recall, it's a very simple, just kind of something fairly similar to that. I should actually look it up. I have hit grab horsey, obviously. I think it's got like the seam down the middle. Yeah, okay. It's a little more shapely than that, right? We got kind of more that going on. And the yarn mane. With a good kind of like bead eye. Get like a nice firework kind of highlight to it. I could import the actual hit grab horsey too. This one's kind of cute though. Yeah, we'll hit grab horsey. Bigger the better. I want it to be Easter egg, so it's got to be subtle enough. You know, you gotta be tricky with them. I like a well hidden Easter egg. But I don't want it to be impossible to spot, of course. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to detail for the crowd scene, but we have at least one prop more to kind of have fun with. Thank you for the great suggestion on that. All right. Maybe I'll have like a barrel full of them. There's like a little stand selling hit grab horsies and cute little droids running around with them, or who knows. Oh, it's fun. Yeah, definitely still a lot of work to do on this one, but I do feel like we solved a lot of the major questions that I have about it. I think hopefully I can take it from here and kind of finish it up next week. Um, and hopefully it's going to be everything everyone wants it to be. I do like the idea of maybe, let's see if I can just quickly knock something in there. So crowd scene, let's do banners. So I kind of want there to be like lanterns behind. You know, something like this. And just more of it in the background, you know. Banners and stuff like that. Just it's very much like a lantern festival kind of thing, right? So I want there to be loads of pretty little lanterns everywhere. Lots of like neat, interesting kind of little ideas of details in the background, but like not overwhelming at the same time. Right? So I'll have to figure that out. Okay. Well, there's a lot still to do on this one, but I'm probably going to call it for today just because starting to feel drained by streaming for most of the day. I just, you know, you hit a point where it's like maybe I'm not being as productive as I want. And kind of like next steps are maybe a little more crunchy detail solving and all kinds of stuff. Like I want to do the crowd details, but like I'm like I gotta scale things significantly. These arms useful, too big. All kinds of stuff. We also need like little droid eyes, I think, in the crowd. You know, which is kind of haunting at the same time, right? Just a bunch of glowing eyes in the dark. Maybe not very fun and friendly feeling. So I think I have some things I want to figure out. Overall, I could maybe knock these back. Again, we have this haze from all the fireworks and everything going off. So even here, I think there would be kind of more of this kind of soft kind of brush effect where I can kind of blur that and then take a mask and just kind of like create more layers to a crowd milling about, right? Something like that to kind of create depth and, you know, just lots of detail, but at the same time, not demanding attention detail. Also, there's so much kind of like overlap of like Um, actually, seeing how much atmosphere there is, I think those need to get knocked back. Uh, there's so much overlap of like the droid eyes and the lanterns that I need to kind of differentiate those much better. But all right, I'm gonna call it now. We are at 4 o'clock in less than 5 minutes, so I think that's a good time to wrap. There's still a lot to do. It doesn't look that far from being complete, but I know there's a lot to finish on this, so I just don't want to like overdo it and give myself too much to kind of like bite off more than I can chew kind of situation. It's kind of I need to wrap it. I want it done next week, and I have other things I need to also finish. Even today, so let's do a little exit while we watch our time lapse. Um, but yeah, this was a really interesting one today, and thank you everyone who's tuned in. Let me grab the layer link to share that. But thank you very much for tuning in and helping me with the design. Again, we started today with no, like I really didn't know where I was going to take it. I had really loose ideas that I kind of discarded all of them. Like I knew I wasn't going to draw any of the ideas that I had coming in. So I was really relying on the live audience to really give me their suggestions and guide this piece. And I'm very glad that I had a lot of that going on today to kind of just help me explore this piece and try things. I think there's still a lot left to solve, unfortunately, which it'd be nice to continue to have the audience for that. Maybe we'll see if Dave ends up streaming next week. If not, maybe I'll end up continuing this and kind of like polishing all the fine details. We don't tend to do art streams where it's like really finessing the final details, so maybe that would be an interesting one where I can kind of like be like, hey, make sure this isn't bad and dumb, because I don't know enough. But yeah, I appreciate all the really useful feedback and input and suggestions that were given to me today. Um, I am pretty happy with this piece overall. I like it. Yeah. Uh, Howl's Moving Castle Stinger Trap when. I also want that very badly now that you've put that idea in my head. So maybe one day, maybe. I love it. Um, yeah, yeah. Thank you for partaking, and I'm glad we get to do this. It's honestly, I'm very privileged to get to do this kind of work and have you along for the ride. And so I hope you enjoyed today. And I shall see you most likely in 2 weeks' time. It's probably Dave next week. If not, I'll see you then. But until next time, um, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Happy hunting, everyone, and I will catch you later. All right. Bye for now. Bye.